Uh, Good morning, colleagues. If we may settle down, please. No, thank you very much, colleagues. Thanks for coming through for today. And thanks to the Secretariat, together with the Office of the Chief Whip and the officials. I can see we've got full composition in today's meeting. And would like to take an opportunity to apologize, colleagues, for the starting of the meeting a bit late. I was caught up in a very heavy traffic, and there was not much you could do when you're on the freeway. I did try to communicate with the team to try and bear with me, and tried all sorts of driving skills to try and be here. My humble apologies, and it shall not happen again. We have the agenda that has been circulated and some changes. I think my table is now full before us here in terms of support staff, and I think we are ready to begin. If there is no problems, Councillor Peter, certain. We are fine. No, thank you very much. Before us, colleagues, we've got the agenda. We need to open the meeting with prayer or meditation. So if you may just take a moment of silence. Thank you. The application for leave of absence. I think firstly we have one from Councillor David, who is away on illness. I think he's hospitalized or so. May we also wish him a speedy recovery. Then we have apology from the COO, Nevuyo, then will be replaced by Dr. Lukwareni. I think the doctor is here. And then the group head, Nemela, and will be replaced by the DH Patel. Is Mr. Patel here? Oh, Miss Patel, okay. Yes, ma'am. I think that's the entirety of the apologies that we have. And of course, we still have the leave policy of the city, so any other leave is still able to be processed 3 days after and 24 days before. 3 days after and 2 days before. So we'll be awaiting for those leave applications should there be any other, especially from the members of the committee. Thank you very much, colleagues. We will now proceed to the next item on the agenda, which is the minutes for consideration. The section 79A. Steering Committee meeting, public accounts meeting held on the 22nd of August 2025, and then the confidential minutes of the 22nd of August 2025. Maybe before we go into the minutes, there were discomforts that were raised last time by the members of the committee in general. And then I'm not sure, colleagues, if you want to discuss such matters, then we can then deal with it if there is, you believe that your concerns have been adequately addressed. then we can now start to process the minutes. But I'm also looking for your guidance because as members, there were very specific issues that you raised in relation to minutes, which I believe in this particular agenda item, you are able to raise those matters, then even comment on the minutes themselves, and we can then move for adoption or corrections and so on. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just on page 6 of the minutes, applications for leave of absence. Councillor Matsibatele apologized for late arrival. I think he's at province now, so he won't be here anytime. So I think that must just be deleted. Then just on
Mr. Mayor, if you may up your voice a bit, please.
Okay, sorry now.
Thank you.
Have a look. You heard about Councillor Matsibatele's. That should be deleted. Then just on page 13, the Water and Sanitation Department. I think somewhere in we noted in the minutes as well that the Secretariat should, they don't need to do it verbatim, but they should include more of the deliberations in the minutes as well. But I just wanted to point out to you on page 13, I did take place, I did comment or take, I made certain remarks on the water tankers issue. I even asked the representative of Water and Sanitation, I questioned the table or the annexure, the spreadsheet that was supplied as an annexure with the report that the figures didn't correspond to the ones that were in the report. So just note that.
Yes, duly noted. General feel on the minutes, Mr. Mayor.
So yes, I just wanted to, on all the confidential matters, we decided that it be deferred. And there were specific reasons why they were deferred to this meeting. And we said specifically we're not happy with the forensic reports. So that those reports should be redone or they should be done in more depth. It's not minuted here, and we'll get to it later, but I see the reports that are serving before us today are exactly similar to the ones that were served to the committee on the 5th of September. And this should be included in all the confidential reports actually in the minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Other colleagues, is there any comments on the minutes or corrections? Okay. No, thank you. I think we should appreciate that there is some effort that is being put to change certain things that the committee was not happy with. We note the comments of Mr. Mayor and his work in progress. I think then the Secretary will take note of that, then they'll be able to address the points that Mr. Mayor was dealing with. Then we take it from. Yeah, thank you. Is there anyone who wants to propose the adoption? Mover? Yes, Munir?
Yeah, I'm Alistair Lamatlo at second minute.
I think you need to move.
I move for the adoption of the minutes. I move for the adoption of the minutes.
Thank you. Is there anyone who would like to second? Yes, Munir?
Thank you, Chair. Second the minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor. The minutes with the corrections have been adopted as such. Then we'll go to the confidential minutes. Or was it for the calendar? Sorry, then we'll deal with the confidential minutes at the later stage. I think the part of the comments of Mr. Mayor, it was on the confidential minutes, so that we only attend to them in committee. Then we don't attend to that. Right, then we go to agenda item number 4, which is matters arising. Municipal Public Accounts Committee Process Plan for 2025-2026 financial year. That is found on page 4 to page 21. We are open. The floor is open, committee members, to peruse and go through the process plan, make your comments, so then we can move to the next part of the agenda. All right. Thank you, colleagues. Are we comfortable with the process plan? As recommended? Thank you. All right. Thank you, colleagues. There is an issue here that has been brought to my attention, but we can address it maybe just before the Section 32 reports or just after this. That the minutes of the 5th have been circulated, but the agenda before me does not indicate the minutes of the 5th. So the one that is on SharePoint currently does indicate that. So that's where the confusion came. So we can just address it after this agenda item, if that's fine with the committee members. And then there is under agenda item number 4.2, there is impact of standing reports, which is page 22 to page 23. Any comments? Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, Councillor Sako.
Thanks a lot, Chairperson. I feel like for item number 4, it requires a multi-party caucus so that we engage on a way forward and how to approach it, because it's technically it will make make us refer to the other reports that are on the forensic side. And we want indulgence on how we approach it best, because of it has two sides of the coin.
Thank you. How many minutes? Do you need 10, 15? 10. So if we give you 10, you're back here at 9:50. Okay. Thank you, colleagues. 10 minutes caucus granted, and 9:50 we're back. Thank you.
and then process to the correction.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, colleagues. Please let's settle down. We apologize. These caucuses sometimes they take a bit of time, but we are back. Once we are all settled, we'll then advise on the way forward on issues, and we're able to resolve on many of these issues quickly. Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues. The committee members had a caucus, and I think maybe Councillor Sepo or Marishan may. Are we fine, councillors? Yeah, we are back.
Thanks a lot, Chairperson. I believe it's good that when we are MPEC, we actually what we are required to do to put our political differences aside and be able to work as a collective and try to explain to each other and find each other and without contradicting myself, like on Monday when statements came. No, I'm saying that we will work together. We'll learn from each other. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you, colleagues. There's going to be a bit of a shake-up on the agenda itself. We sat and deliberated on agenda item number 4, and the concern from the team or the members of the committee is that agenda item number 4 should have been under confidential because it cross-references one people's names. It has aspects of confidential information that should be handled in a different setting of the meeting. Now, we're not fully aware of what was the end game or why it was put in an open council, which I think we'll deal with in detail when we get under confidential. But effectively, the Secretariat is directed to ensure that this report does not get uploaded on SharePoint again, and then 2, that it will be moved to confidential portion of the MPEC meeting so that it does not stifle debates and we do not also contravene on the Yellow Book and end up stepping on the rights of other people while trying to do our work. Because there is a reason why we have a confidential agenda or portion of the meeting in a setting. So effectively, Secretariat is directed to comply with that, meaning that it will be taken off the SharePoint as well. That part immediately. Then we'll discuss report 1, 2, 3. And we have supplementary agenda with report number 1 and 2. So we'll be dealing with about 5 reports in an open council. The point at which the meeting asked for a caucus, there was an outstanding matter, which was the minutes for the 5th of September 2025. All right, thank you. So, committee members, were you able to peruse the minutes of the 5th of September? Is there any comments? Not the confidential minutes, just the minutes of an open committee meeting. All right. If there is no comments, can I have a mover and a seconder on the minutes of the 5th? Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. I'm moving the minutes for approval.
Thank you, Councillor Potso.
Thank you very much, Chair. I second Councillor Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. We'll go into the matters for consideration, which is now corrected to be part 4 of the agenda. So part 4.1, report number 1, is from Group Financial Service Department, Bulk Services, ESCOM and Water Board's monthly reports for 2024-2025 financial year. The report is found on page 5 to page 10 with recommendations on page 10. Are there any comments? We're fine. As recommended? Oh, Councillor Matlo, sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Chairperson. Mine is just a question, especially about the difference between June and July consumption. I see in July it was 430 million, while in June it was 377 million rands. I just want to ask really what could have caused this discrepancies, the high consumption in the last month and the lower consumption in the other month? What caused that really?
Executive. CFO.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to yourself and members of MPEC. The reason for the discrepancy is a result of change in season between low and peak, as well as the consumption patterns that are associated with that. Thanks, Chair.
So, on the report, it is stated that there is 2.1 billion that was paid in the month of July. Is it that that is the consumption, or what is it for exactly? That's under the EXCOM portion. CFO?
Thank you, Chair. The 2.1 billion is the current account consumption for the month in question. In issues around the payment plan are articulated and we'll start implementing thereof from the month of October moving forward. 1.1 billion is purely for consumption on the current account.
So that consumption was for the month in question.
The month before. So the month before is paid in the month after. And also, I think it's also wise to take note, Chair, there was an increase in tariff from the last month of the financial year to the first month of the new financial year.
Yes, Councillor?
Thank you very much. Just one question in relation to the report is page number 10, and there is a concerning situation that the city is finding it extremely difficult to properly maintain its electricity business. And it further indicates that the ESCOM bills have become way above the city's ability to generate electricity revenue, and which is a concern, because if that can persist, then it means electricity losses. It will affect revenue generation. So I just want to check if there is a plan to mitigate the situation in relation to this. And secondly, CFO, I want to check if there is anywhere a point where the city defaulted on the payment, especially on a historical arrangement, historical debt. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. There was a hand from Mr. Mayor and Councillor Randa.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, it's very important always to look at the conclusion of the report. And there's a red flag going up here. If you look at what is said in the conclusion of the report, it actually states that the whole business model of the city in terms of its ability to dispense important services such as the provision of energy and bulk water must be examined as to its suitability in maintaining these services. And my other colleague has said the ESCOM bills have become way above the city's ability to generate electricity income. So there's somewhere, it's either illegal connections or somewhere where we lose electricity, we pay for electricity that we can't build. But I've got a question. Have we got a business model already in place to stabilize the city and that that has been examined already? Otherwise, I don't know if you can make a recommendation in this regard, but this is alarming to me. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, Councillor Randa?
Yes, thank you, Chair. My question would be, I'm sure everybody is aware of Section 41 report from ESCOM that's mandated by the MFMA. So late last year, MEC Maile alluded to the fact that the balance did not match the financial data that Municipal reports was given through its financial system, and that's a concern. So if our figures is not speaking to the Section 41 report from ESCOM, why did it happen and was it rectified, and how can be assured that what we see that's been given to us is indeed the same as what is given by ESCOM on the Section 41 report? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. And there was a point, I think you were coming just now, where you are indicating that we have a positive balance of ESCOM and rainwater, but you are struggling to pay other creditors. A critical point, because one more interested in knowing which examples of creditors do you have, even if it's not a full list, that you are unable to pay, and what are the financial implications of that? Things such as your interest has been litigated upon, or having suppliers or creditors that are not getting paid, which could effectively mean that the small businesses get to close, and so on. Because if you take money, you pay these big giants, which is important to pay them, but at the expense of taking money everywhere else, then that becomes a problem. And if we then incur additional interest, what sort of problems are we attracting with that approach? Because it's good for media release that you don't owe ESCOM, you are complying with the court order, you are doing X and Y. But then what then happens to those ones that you are struggling to pay? And what sort of examples do you have? Well, that's where you have these businesses that are doing business with the state, which is the city, defaulting having 90-day plus on their accounts and all that. And when you hear the explanation, because it was even raised by, I think, by Councillor Court at some point, that you find the city owes a service provider, then something comes up. The service provider now also in return owes the city, because the city is not paying the service provider, because it also impacts on things like job creation and stability of jobs in those companies. So, not to want to over-elaborate, can you please just try and respond to some of the answers?
Thank you, Chair. Let me start with the first set of questions. The challenges that we had to bring on board in line with the report was to give MPEC a clear picture of why we are here. So amongst the key challenges that have been raised, these are the issues that led to us having the inability to honor the current account on time. Since then, there's a number of mitigating measures that have been put in place that have allowed us to have sufficient cash flow and increase our ability to honor all obligations, not only in reference to bank account holders, but in reference to employee-related costs and other consumption contract services that the city has. So we had to bring those challenges on board for MPEC to have a picture of why we are here today and the systems that we have put in place to try and mitigate that. In terms of defaulting on the payment arrangement that we have with the power utility, the answer is no. We haven't defaulted since signing of the debt repayment plan in November of last year. We've been honoring the plan as is. If you take note of the report, we've managed to pay in excess of 20 billion rand on the current account, whilst at the same breath we've managed to clear about 1.2 billion rand in terms of the arrears. Business model, yes, we are aware of the challenges that we currently have, particularly in reference to the distribution losses that are currently persisting from illegal connections and the work. A part and parcel of that plan have been incorporated with our formulation of the business unit as part of our trading services. We're isolating the functions of energy and electricity. Yes, there are many support functions that we have, and we've got a great SLA between the support functions as well as the business unit itself. So the business model has been crafted. It has been presented to various stakeholders, including your oversight bodies like National Treasury, will play a key oversight role in terms of those, hence our ability to start receiving incentives from that program. So we do have a business model, we do have a plan in place aimed at not only collecting as much as we can, but also reducing the distribution losses to be at an acceptable level from a global stage. Councillor Randall, in terms of incorrect information, our submission of data streams and pulling of information has been centralized now. So Section 40 related information is pulled from the same data source that we submit to National Treasury. So those issues are issues of the past. Further to that, we've got a standing steering committee from a technical perspective where the city and the power utility always engage. We've got a significantly good relationship with ESCOM. We are working together very well. The balance that you see here is the balance that they have within their books as well. In terms of our issues, Chair, from your question, we were struggling to pay other creditors. So I think in most instances, particularly in the first 9 months of the financial year, we don't find ourselves struggling to pay other service providers. Our ability to honor all obligations are significantly high. The issues that we might find is from a technical perspective, where in technicalities on site verifications, ensuring that the work has been done accordingly, value for work has been received, creation of purchase orders, submission of invoices, a lengthy process as well. However, what we do, Chair, is engage service providers in the event that we are struggling, have a similar debt repayment plan as we do with the power utility, and then ensure that we honor those on time. We haven't been charged any interest from other service providers. You'll take note that the fruitless and wasteful component has reduced drastically from the city's perspective. And CAPEX projects, for argument's sake, we pay within 7 days, quickly. That has been significantly helpful to us, which led to our in excess of 98% expenditure on conditional grants expenditure as well. So, Chair, we do have a similar process that we implement in the event that we find ourselves cash flows, struggling from a cash flow perspective. We'll sign debt repayment plans with service providers and ensure that we meet them as we do with the power utilities one. Of course, there's still room for improvement, Chair. We take note of that our goals towards our economic growth opportunities as well as SMME development is high on our agenda. There's a lot of work that we still need to do to ensure that we are on par with that. And we feel that with the turnaround plan that we're putting on board should be sufficient in order to enable us in the near future to meet those requirements without needing to sign any debt repayment plan with any stakeholders. Ultimately, that's the goal we're aiming to reach. But I can confirm it is work in progress. Thanks, Chair.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mayor, do you still have another one?
Chairperson, I asked a general question. Are we examining a new business model? I haven't been answered. Maybe the city manager can answer it. I believe it's quite important. It's part of a turnaround strategy is part of it. But are we looking at a new business model?
Okay. CFO?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, Chair, we are. In fact, we have formulated that. Honorable Councillor Mayor, we further designed the submission to National Treasury in line with the new trading services. You'll take note that energy and electricity is a formal business unit now of the city. As part of that formulation and institutional changes, business plan has been developed with the pure aim of ensuring that the business unit runs in a profitable manner and our ability to honor the current accounts is increased. So we have done that. It's currently under implementation as we speak. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, colleagues. As recommended. Thank you. We move to report number 2, which is the City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department, Municipal Finance Management Act, Section 52D, Quarter 4 report on the implementation of the Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan, SDBIP. The report is found on page 11 to page 30, with recommendations on page 30. Yes, we'll start here with Councillor Peter.
Thank you.
Councillor Mayor, Councillor Randall, Councillor Tsepo. Thank you in that order.
Thank you, Chair. Just the one that jumps out in this report, which doesn't make sense to me, to be honest, is Group Financial Services Department with 22 targets not achieved. Can we maybe just get a little bit of insight into that? Thank you.
Councillor Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, on top of that, I wanted to ask that as well. But if you go to Annex E from the CRO, I just need some clarification on actual expenditures on projects. In some cases, we overspend it unfortunately, this report or this annexure is not numbered, page numbered, so I can't refer to specific pages. But I just see there is over expenditure on various projects, and I will just reflect on the financial statements. Is it irregular expenditure, or maybe I'm asking a question that is not applicable, but I just wanted to make sure, Because in some of the instances, it says that the financial progress is 100% or 107%. And I just wanted to make sure. I know there was a water pipeline that was replaced in Waverley, and I see if you do the calculations, it works out to 64,000 rand a meter. If somebody can just maybe explain to me why it must be that high. I trust there's somebody from the CRO's office here. Thanks, Chair. It's in Annex E of the report, sorry.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Randall.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Yes, on page 38, also mention made of targets achieved for departments directly responding to the CM, 11 out of 35, with the main reasons for the notable variance, page 40. Now, this is not new reasons. We've seen this time after time and after time again. So what are we really going to do to try and address this over the long term? Because this is nothing new. And I mean, it's high time that we see improvement there. And Chair, then lastly, Annex D, the circular 88 indicators, there's in the last column, the last page, the last column, there is info that's not available. So the columns have been cut off. I cannot understand what they're trying to give it to us there. And I would really love to have the proper information there. We cannot, play oversight and then columns are being cut off so that you can only read the first part of a sentence and not see the rest of it. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Tsepo.
Thanks a lot, Chairperson. Finance department is the core of the whole city, and its ability to perform means the city cannot perform. We should not say we give the low ratings to the finance department. We should say that the city cannot perform, because without finances you cannot flow anything. And I have one issue that I want to raise, is that the reasons for non-performance, they are management reasons. When you have a problem, I want to know what they're doing about it. When did you realize it? What steps have you taken to try to resolve it? And I concur with my fellow councillor here. Every year we are having the same reasons. Can't we find strategy around them? Can't we change policy somewhere, do something? What have we done to try to really reduce the impact of these things? It's part of project management. Part of management has to do with this dealing with contract management issues, participation and all these things, dealing with people involved in the stakeholders, dealing with stakeholders and all that. And we have trained officials who can go into communities and deal with these issues. I'm a ward councillor myself. I'll be having project come into my ward. I interface trying to make sure that this project, these issues don't delay the project and the project runs smooth. And we do it effectively so. So why can't we deal with these issues? What are the problems? What are the challenges? Don't we have capacity to deal with them? Are we saying that we should close shop? We have failed as a city. We are not able to resolve issues. What is happening? We can't have excuses all the time that this is the reason why we failed is because of we could not allocate subcontractors in a project. Imagine. We can't write such things here. We are live. We can't tell the people of South Africa that we are failing to resolve a subcontractor issue. Comrade Zela, you are what councillor, man? How many issues of subcontractors have you interfaced in trying to resolve? How we can give such excuses and such reasons, but we need more reasons. Why are we failing? Why? What is happening? Do we have senior managers? Do we have department line managers and everything? Do we have a vision? All strategic issues. What's happening with the city? CM, now the battle lies with you. You are like a football coach. We are Mamelodi Sundowns. And if you are not playing well now, we are saying there should be something wrong with the coach. We cannot keep on pointing our fingers at him. All legislation points at you. The accounting officer is a city manager. And city manager, it's time that you really start doing something, inspire your followers. I don't know what is happening there. I don't know what is the moral of your workers and your employees, of the people reporting directly to you. But something's wrong. Something's not happening in the city. Work is not done. Operational, we can see in the ground, things are happening. People are starting to work, and we can see there's excitement. But in strategic management, something's wrong. We need to start resolving matters. We need to start coming up with new ideas. We need to have it was a time when we were igniting excellence. Igniting excellence. Everybody was excited. Vision 55, everybody was excited. We need to bring back those days when everybody is proud to be the member of Tshwane, an employee in the city of Tshwane. Thanks, Chairperson.
Yeah. Who's taking these ones? Where do we start? CM, CFO, MSO, okay. MSO.
Thanks, Chair. Just a few of the questions that were answered. I think the first one, with regard to the tables that are not correctly reflected on the report, that's basically what would normally happen on our C9 system, and I think it's something that we can always look at in terms of some of the issues that have been asked around the information. The point on the KPIs, firstly, as you would know, when we prepare the Q4 report, there might be other areas that would not be included, particularly around finance. One would be the first part, which is indicated there in terms of the annual financial statements. These are issues that would have been originally that will be in the system at the time that we will be reporting for Q4, and there will then be subsequent indications that we put into the report around the audited SDBFP Q4 performance at a later stage when we're dealing with the audited performance, which would then reflect a movement in terms of some of the KPIs that would have been indicated as not having been achieved. Those are some of the ones that are reflected in the 22 that are indicated here. Chair, the other issues that are indicated, I think, are around improvements in terms of some of the mitigating factors. Of course, the report would not necessarily deal in terms of some of the reasons that are outlined by various departments, but just to give any indications in terms of where we are on issues of performance, and we would obviously have to reflect around how some of those improvements can be dealt with when we are dealing with business plans and so on. Thanks, Chair. We have Group Head Anisha. I think she would add on some of the questions.
All right.
Good morning, Chairperson and the members of the committee. As the MSO indicated, at the time that the report was prepared, it's always unaudited, and we normally give Council a report subsequent to the quarter on the audited results. So the performance information presented at this stage was unaudited information. Subsequent to that, what has happened as part of the development of the annual financial statements and the annual performance report, the results have improved. The performance that had been sitting as underperformance on some of the financial information because of the timing of the financial year has subsequently been updated, and the performance is no longer sitting at the 50% that was reported to Council, but audited and submitted to the Auditor General, sitting at 63% achievement for the Q4. In terms of the projects information and projects progress, the very specific information will be covered by the acting COO because they relate to the projects in the service delivery space, and this information is provided at the level of project management via the COO's office, and I think they will be able to assist. With regard to the C88, Councillor, our apologies, there is a very cumbersome Excel document that we utilize that black and yellow document that we get from National Treasury. And some of the columns are quite difficult to manipulate, but we will make sure that we engage with them to allow us to unblock some columns so that we can make the Excel document more user-friendly. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Sepo will come. Sepo, yeah, get your bite.
Chairperson, maybe we need to change how we do things. We have two impact meetings where we get verbal reports and then we engage on those reports, because now I rely on these documents that I'm giving. And my frustration will come from what is written. We want comprehensive reports. We can't be told that updates and what. We work on what we have. And people write 2 sentences, and we come to, when you ask questions, they give us a paragraph. And that I have a problem with. Sometimes we need to come to MPEC and say, as approved, yes, and we just go home. We just go home, simple. But because of, we get this small Nyana report, and then the explanation is large. And we have a problem now. We spend the whole day here, unnecessarily so. But if people could have reported, maybe I would send my yes via WhatsApp and even sleep and say, Chairperson, yes. Yes for all the reports. We don't even have to meet because we are happy with what we see. But I don't depend on what is said here. The legal document is what I'm giving black and white. And that's what is important. This is what is going to cancel. When we go to cancel, we'll present this report, not what is written. We don't even attach minutes as part of our recommendation to cancel. We send this thing, Chairperson. And it must be comprehensive. Everything must be in here, black and white. Because hearsay can change. Tomorrow somebody can say, the Secretariat made a mistake, captured me wrong. I did not say 7,000, I said 2,000. But I want it black and white. Commitment must be black and white. Anything that is said verbally is not enough for me, Chairperson. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Kodzo.
No, Chair, I just want to concur with my colleague here, and I want to remind you that this is a very same concern that you raised in our last meeting when Dr. Lekwarela wanted to run away, in fact, wanted to explain, thinking that we're not listening to him, wanted to run away with our thinking there, remember? So you called him to order. It's happening again today. So I just wanted to remind you that, and I want to remind them on the other side to say, they should know that we are focused. We can see what they are trying to do, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mahlo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, mine is just really a concern about this poor performance, especially relating to basic services to the communities. I think you are here to serve the communities. Poor people who can't really have access to these things. But if the city doesn't really have capacity to give services to our communities, then it's a problem. I think they should really try to improve in that regard, Chairperson. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Mayor.
Chairperson, I've got a concern as well. This report served before the committee previously, and we asked that the CFO must provide feedback in terms of the supply chain management division and an update on the status quo of the 8 restricted companies. That feedback should be given to executive in committee, but I believe it should come to us as well. I haven't read anything about that in the report as well. I haven't seen any information about that. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, we'll have to then get the response. Who's taking it? Miso? Is it you again or someone else? Okay, yes, CFO.
Thanks, Chair. I think, Chair, my colleagues have explained in reference to the timing. Quarter four is a peculiar month, taking into account that it's the last month of the financial year. Chair, it's also wise for us to add that within this period we are at a process where we are finalizing the annual financial statement for submission to the Auditor General. So indeed, the timing issue was a peculiar moment where we had to ensure that we incorporate the correct figures in line with the submissions that we made to the Auditor General. I think that was the main reasons why we see these disjunctures and subsequent corrections which have been made. In reference to the blacklisting, Chair, I think with your permission, we'll request that we provide a formal feedback in reference to that process, taking into account that there are separate reports that we do report on this from a supply chain management environment. Standing item will consistently report on the status quo of restricting and blacklisting service providers. Thanks.
Anyone who wish to add? So, you know, the issue of reporting, colleagues, and we are not asking for complicated reports. That's very sad, because the AG flagged the issue of reports, whether it's report on financials or it's report on basic issues. I mean, we are literally, as these committee members, having to solicit and have to tell the senior leaders and heads of departments and so on, group heads, to say your report should include 1, 2, 3. This is how you should structure a table when you present it to MPEG. And we are not saying, we're not asking for complicated reports. But you give us the reports with small details, maybe with the hope that once the details are minimal, we will just allow the matters to just go through and pass without any issues. Then you come back with lots of explanations, but the problem with those explanations is that they are not documented before us. Maybe you've got those documents somewhere in your office, but before us you are not properly accounting. So it's a matter of the quality of the report when it comes to us. And if you don't address the issue of quality of reports on basic reports that come to us that are not complicated, meter installation, for as an example of, which is the recent example. How then are you going to get these guys to do complicated reports, forensic reports, investigative reports? Now, the culture of good reports does not only, and that's why now you have consultants that used to compile and are still compiling lots of reports, and they're still flagged by AG. We're in Scopa the other day. It was still flagging the same methods, and the report it just should have enough meat for us to look into and say, indeed, things are going correctly. But overall, there is bad performance that is highlighted in this report. Now, you have bad performance with bad reports. It's about us building that culture, ground up. And if we're not going to do it with the small minor reports that don't have any big implications, like people are being investigated, it's just on service delivery and so on, then forget about the more complicated reports. And some people are saying, we are going to look into the coach at some point. Because the players can't find themselves not winning games and not scoring. And then the coach is exonerated that no, certain departments must be held accountable. But the coach is the accounting officer. The coach should take responsibility. The coach should work on reports. So here in the city, there is a culture that you must shake the tree first. You'll just never get anything if you don't shake the tree. My table here, I had to shake the tree. Now the table is full. Things are happening, the minutes are. But if you don't shake the tree, nothing happens. They just look at you there with your red overalls. move on the flagellages. So let's go, CM, and try and build the and I'm saying overall, if you go and check the reports in terms of their standard, overall, in general, it's good and well that we should complain about the contents of the report, that maybe performance at its core level is not done correctly. But once you start complaining about the quality itself, then the problem is bigger now. Because you can't even, and now we give you a report to write about yourself and your department. That's where you should be shining, because you are writing the report. It's your report. It should come to us. It shows us your level of preparedness and understanding of what you're doing for us as officials. But that's more like a Tsepo.
Thanks a lot, Chairperson. Like, we got an explanation that the report is incomplete. Some of the things came late. But this report is clear. It says, it gives me time frame. It's a Q4 report. It's not creating anything. It's telling me what happened in Q4. And now I get a report that this Q4 report that is given to me is incomplete. Then the title should change. Then it should not be a Q4 report. It should be a portion of Q4 report. But when you say that I'm giving you a Q4 report, it should contain everything that happened within Q4. And if it's incomplete, it is misleading. Then it's a problem. It means that you are misleading MPEC. And there's consequences for that. It's misleading. Because the decisions that we take are binding, are serious. They're going to recommend to council, and council will approve, then they come instruction to you. It means that you've misled us, we mislead council, council mislead the whole operation, then the city is in trouble. So it's misleading. It's a Q4 report. It should be comprehensive, telling me everything that happens with Q4. If I come to a meeting and they said some of the things were left out because of what was there, it means that what went to the Auditor General is what the President was talking about the other day, talking about cooking the books. And it becomes a problem now. We get worried what's happening within the city. What are we expressing? What's happening here? What document? Who gets what? Who gets to read what? Is it selective reporting now? We reported this and this gets who and this gets here. It can be. We need to have if we are saying Q4 report of the city of Tshwane, it must be the same title, same content to different bodies. It can't be this one gets this portion, this one gets this one. It can be. It's a report, a Q4 report, and it needs to be the same throughout. Thanks a lot, Chairperson.
Yeah, thanks a lot, colleagues. I think Mr. Mayor, and then we'll be moving to the next report. Mr. Mayor?
Sorry, I don't think my question was answered by the CIO. I asked specifically the question about the water pipeline. That was one of the questions. Maybe my calculations are wrong, but according to the information I get, we're paying 64,000 rand to replace 1 meter of a water pipeline. So do we actually get value for money? And then also the over expenditure. If we look at, I'm looking at the details of the report and they must all add up. Maybe you can just explain to me. Unfortunately, Annex C, like I said, it's not numbered, the pages, but if I go in the document that shows me page 39, there's a laboratory equipment. I'm just using this as an example. The actual expenditure is 251%. So I see it, we've overexpended. Is this going to be a deviation? Is it going to come now for a deviation maybe through SCM? But then in the financials, in the last column, they say the financials progress is 286%. These things, they don't correlate. That's why the integrity of the report to me is questioned again. It's maybe detail, but detail is important. I need to know what's exactly going on. If I can get a clarification on that, please.
Yeah, thank you. Who's going to be responding? Doctor?
Thank you. We note the averaging of the kilometers with the rent value. The details are not in the report, if they are needed, we can provide further details per each of the projects. It's a number of projects that were worked on. Thank you.
We really spoke where we spoke. So I don't know what to say. Are we done in terms of our responses? Yeah. Where do we start, with the doctor or with the MSO? Okay, MSO first.
Thanks, Chair. I think maybe the main issues are, I think the issue of whether it's the 50% or the 60%, Chair, I think it's acknowledged that that is still low. And you'll see in the report we have marked when the report came to EXCO that there are actions that need to be taken. So if you go to the report just before the conclusion, we have reflected on that because it's a serious matter around managing the issues of what needs to be done. The issue of the finance indicators, as the colleagues have explained, is that the report needs to be compiled within a specific time. So it's 7 days. When the quarter has closed, we must be able to produce. With quarter 4, there is month 13, wherein we close some of the projects, we process accruals, and so on. So most of the indicators of finance have to deal with the percentage spending, the ratios, and so on. All that information will have been processed in month 13. And that is why then by the time this report was done, that information will not have been in and was processed later. And that is why when we say, for example, when we closed and submitted the audited statements, some of those indicators were then achieved. But at the time of the compilation of this report, that information will not have been there. And maybe, Chair, we need in future reports to then state that these are preliminary figures, and as we close the books, they are subject to change. Then, Councillor Mayor, the issue of overspending. So projects get to be segmented within a wider program. So there will be a program for meter replacement, which covers different areas. But at project level, there will be a project for Wave Valley, there will be a project of Region 3, there will be others. So you might, at a project level, see the overspending. But at a program level, there will not be overspending on CAPEX. So you will see that it is possible to say if, for example, a contractor is performing better in Wave Valley, they will be given more work to accelerate. So at a project level, that will be overspending, but you'll find that in CPD, there is understanding, and at a program level, there will not be overspending and unauthorized expenditure. But we have to manage projects like that because a contractor may perform here, may not perform there, and so on. But the way that we present and we present performance report is at milestone and project level. And that is why you see some of those things. But it's definitely not unauthorized expenditure on CAPEX. We cannot have unauthorized expenditure on CAPEX. That is monitored, and the system does not allow overspending at a program level. But as I said, within the project itself, there may be overspending and underspending in that respect. I think the issues of the reasons, as the MSO has said, that we'll have to refine those where they are not sufficient. but we have done some work with the EPMU that when colleagues provide reasons, we look at the root cause and what is the action. Obviously, for Q4, the year has ended, so there is no corrective action for another quarter. What we do is then we take stock of all the variations that were not achieved, and that falls onto the next year. But for example, if you read in Q2, it will present a reason for not performing and a catch-up plan for the next quarter. Q3, the same, there will be a variance and a catch-up plan for Q4. But when you get to Q4, the year has ended. So you must then close and then re-narrate in the new financial year around what then needs to happen in fixing the performance going forward. But Chair, I think we've noted the rest of the deficiencies, and those are the things that we'll improve on.
Thank you. Anything? Okay. In the interest of time, wow.
Chairperson,
Let's go and then Mr.
Chairperson, rather, instead of releasing preliminary sometimes, because you might say that I have failed and I commit suicide, and later the results come out that I've passed. And it's a problem. Rather not take out, if finance is still busy with it, rather say it's pending. You get my point, innit? And when you're done with it, or release it at a time where everything is consolidated. You know what to release to impact is a true reflection, because it's your assessment. We come here, we are hard on you, all to find that you have performed. And it's not fair. It creates tensions between ourselves. You did well, and you give us something that says you did not do well, and we come hard on you. The whole country's media will be releasing statements that Tshwane is not performing, and later on, Tshwane releases a report that says Tshwane perform. Media said Tshwane is not performing. To then if they Tshwane is performing, this is your assessment. Rather, get all the reports, consolidate them. When you are happy with that, through the city manager, send them out. Then they come to MPEG's report, and then they go to other bodies. And it's the same. It has a title. It's a quarterly report. It's easier. But if it's per department, you want to release other department, you might say, finance department, we're still busy with it. This is without the finance department. And once that department comes in, then we'll bring the overall. But this thing of saying that it's a report and then we are at the ANC and then others are still assessed, then it creates confusion to people that don't have the same understanding. So rather release it at a time. You say 7 days after financial year, wait those 7 days, consolidate everything, and then on the 8th, maybe you just release it, then you are fine. And everything that we have here, we talk about something that is concrete, that we are aware of. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, Mr. Sati?
I just need a little bit more clarity on what the GSO explained about the overspending now, because I'm not clear. I think I understood him saying that the project itself, the system does not allow overspending on the system, but it is possible for the budget to be overspent. But then somebody has to override that, and because it still indicates on the system as overspending. What would be that process when somebody overspends on the budget and it's indicated here? Because the other side of this is also now a slight concern, is that a lot of these numbers are actually exact. If you look at the budget and the spending, it's almost 100% exact. Could it be that there is overspending on the budget that's not indicated here? If I can just understand that process, please, because there's certainly amounts here that shows overspending in this report. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. The issue on month 13, you need to be giving us suggestions in terms of how do you resolve that. Because at some point we need to do oversight on complete reports. We can't continuously have an issue where we are assessing reports that are not complete. You know who will start? Then someone behind you.
Okay.
Okay, Anisha will deal with the issues of month 13 and the timing of the MFMA on what it says about producing reports at the end of the quarter, because that councillor is regulated. But I think she will then touch on the processes we then undertake after to then factor in month 13. The point I was making, Councillor Sutton, is that in a GL, or if I can say in a program, let's say in water, for example, we're talking here about piping. I'm saying within that, for the ease of management of project, what the team does is that they will segment, even though the main project will be about connection and let's say replacement of pipes. Replacement of pipes will have its own sub-projects, replacement of pipes in Soshanguve, replacement of pipes in Wade Valley, and so on. So I'm saying you might find that a contractor is performing in another area, and you need to accelerate. In another area, they are struggling. So you will have seen that a milestone in Soshanguve will be ahead and will be overspent, therefore, on what will have been the initial intention. So if you had 12 million for replacement of piping and you split it 1 million across 12 wards, you might find that one ward is performing better and they exceed their 1 million. And another one, the project, for some reason, the contractor is not performing and so on, and it is not. But I'm saying at the program level, you will not exceed 12 million because the system is a procure-to-pay system. You cannot award work more than what the PO will do, and the PO is only matched to a WBS and as well as the money that is allocated. So I'm saying you will not have unauthorized expenditure overall on replacement of pipes, but you might have overspending in Soshanguve versus Wade Valley and so on, because projects are dynamics and project managers must manage a project. You can't say, I've reached 1 million here and someone is performing and you cannot allow more work and work is stuck elsewhere. You end up not spending. So that is where you have these numbers. But at the end, there is then a collation of data at program level, and you do not have overspending. So if our capex is 2.7 billion, you'll never find that we spend 2.8 or 3 billion on capex. You can't overspend on capex because it's linked to a WBS and it's a procure-to-pay method. Thanks, Chair.
All right. Is there anything from the APC, or are you covered? Okay. Yeah. You must feel free to comment on issues that are relevant to what you do. Sometimes I'm going to pass. That doesn't mean you can't speak if people are misrepresenting facts, whatever the case may be. And then, as recommended. Thank you. So, Sia. What are we going to do in an event that the group head for legal, who I specifically asked to form part of today's meeting, do the in and outs, and there's matters that need their attention. And I specifically asked that she should not delegate and deal with insignificant matters. And then she then agreed. I hear she was here, but she has not been here for the past hour or so. GH for legal. Because I can see, I can see what's happening. Because there are matters that we need her to, from time to time, answer to. What do you see?
Chairperson, the firstly, any issues that are raised by this committee would be addressed by the members, the managers here. So both myself and the GSO, to whom that group head reports are present. That's the first point. The second point is that there are matters that I require also to happen whilst this meeting is on. So there are matters like that I require for her to attend in this particular case. These matters have been set up a while ago, and the delegation was then done with my authority. So yes, so there is a senior legal person if there is anything that requires legal attention. But I want to assure this committee that I am here as the accounting officer, and matters will be addressed that is close to us.
No, but
thank you, Chairperson.
so there was, and my colleagues who come here I was handling with the matter personally. So I was reading apologies here. I still have the list. All the people who have put an apology and who have delegated. The group head for legal did not delegate. And if that delegation happened, it happened without it being reported to us. Then there was an engagement between my office and the group head's office on the basis that in the previous meetings that we had, there were matters that we raised regarding the quality of the legal opinion or comments that we get in relation to certain reports, and we needed her to be so she can drive that process. And then the meeting was then set up in the presence of the same senior colleagues. People did indicate that they will be available. Yesterday, as a precursor to this meeting, I then went on to understand her availability because I needed her to take note of certain matters that will be raised that we need her to handle because there is a lot at stake. Before us CM, I think we're supposed to be processing reports that are amounting to anything around 7 billion in today's city. And then a group head tells me that they are going to deal with the Royval matter, which is to determine the profits that were not supposed to go, and so on. Of course, I can't get into detail, but it's a very minor issue because the value of what she's going to be dealing with, it's even less than 300 million. Now, when you are going to process reports that are worth 7 billion, or roughly around that number, you need all hands on deck because there is processes that are ongoing, together also with the GSO and herself. So it can't be that the committee is going to be undermined at that level. And then after I specifically engaged her to say, we need this, we need you on board because we can't afford to have a problem. Even if there is a manager, but unless we say then that the group head is not needed, and her position is effective, even if she's not part of our meeting, it doesn't matter, because that's what you basically are putting forward. If you check the significance of the process that we are embarking on right now, vis-a-vis with what she's delegated to go deal with, there is a lot at stake. That's why I requested her, because she needs to drive that, because eventually she needs to come and account. So we don't want her to account on things that she was not
privy to some of that discussion. And the worst thing is that some of those discussions are going to happen in committee. So let's not undermine each other. Like seriously, let's not undermine each other. Because there is a lot of reports that are going to be discussed in committee that needs her ears. We can't record and check on hindsight. I need her here. And if we have a problem and anyone is trying to sabotage this committee, someone must tell us now that no, they're going against the wishes of the committee. You can't give us a junior, with all respect, without wanting to sound arrogant, and say that the senior must go deal with a frivolous matter, which is a determination of how much profits were made in a project of Rayval. And then we are about to process 7 billion here before us. Let's get our priorities straight and let's get to work. Whatever internal meetings that she has said with all those people in different divisions has got absolutely nothing to do with this committee. And the hierarchy, therefore, will be enforced. So I think there were two hands, Councillor Koto and Councillor Marshall. But someone who needs to inform her to come needs to do that. And then we proceed unless the committee feels otherwise. But there is a lot at stake. We are not going to fail because of a delegation and not holding the correct people accountable. Koto?
No, Chair, I fully support you. Because I'm serious because I wanted to raise the same issue. Fortunately, you raised it before me. I just want to ask the city manager to apologize to us because what he's doing now, he just wanted to cover up for the group head. We know that she's afraid of this committee. Tell her to come here. We're not going to kill her. We're going to ask her questions. We're aware, city manager, that she's running away from the committee. Even the last time she left before the meeting ended. So please, just respect us. We are adults here. That's why I was saying, Chair, that's why I was raising the issue. I was repeating what we repeated the last time. This thing of thinking that we are not focused, we are not reading reports, we are not doing anything. City manager, please just apologize to us. What you did now, you just wanted to cover up for group head. Tell her to come here, we'll wait for her. Thank you.
We are covered. Thank you. She needs to get here before we get to confidential reports. And if we are sabotaging each other, let's do it in the open. I want her here before confidential reports. You can speak.
I suggest that we mustn't proceed until she's here.
Councillor?
No, thank you, Chairperson. I'm not sure in terms of we have a last item here for material irregularities. I'm not sure that we need to wait for that particular specific person to arrive before we deal with the report, or that person or group head is needed mainly on the confidential report or on the report that we are going to deal with it now. As we want to conclude the report that is next on the main agenda, then that after we concluded it, then that person can be called to come and deal matters. Especially, we were going to wait if that person is responsible for the next report of material irregularities. So if he or she does not play a role on this report that is coming, let's dispose the report and deal with it. Then we'll take it from there. Thank you, Chair. This is our submission.
Councillor Tsepo, or then Councillor Marcha.
Thank you, Lord Chairperson. MPEC, we are supposed to have our own legal advisor as part of our team, but unfortunately, we don't have that. And we rely on her presence here. Like we've been talking for hours, discussing matters, and I've been raising issue of maybe legalities. Maybe she could have taken me through to say, no, it's not illegal. Law allows that we take out an incomplete document and give it to MPEC. Or we should have said, oh, no. We have failed as a city in legal compliance. And this is how local government is so legislated. And it's difficult to move without legal opinion in most matters that we discuss here. She could be a referee, resolve some of the issues that we argue about. We're not supposed to be arguing at this level. We're having a legal, internal legal, we are resourced with internal legal team. And her presence here really should be meaningful. And I look at the other side and I see my queen on the other side there too. When she was in that department, and I never struggled, to be honest. And maybe I should send a recommendation that she needs to go back there. I don't know. But I never had the struggle. We never had the struggle. Legal will always be there. Legal will always give us advice in every meeting. And lately, it's like we're having challenges. I don't know what's happening. But we need legal to be part of our meeting. And they are very important to us. And their inputs really give us direction. And they resolve some of the conflicts that we have. Because we all have opinions. We are not legally trained. We think this is right, we think this is right. And she could be here resolving some of the matters and advising us to make sure that we take good decisions and we make recommendations to councils that will be able to stand before the court of law. Because at the end of the day, certain arm of state will come and interface with us and we have problems because we never had legal advice in our proceedings. And I think proceeding in her absence can be really difficult for us. Thanks a lot, Chair. Unless somebody are a lawyer,
Yeah. Councillor Marchand.
So thank you very much. We have allowed something and it's now catching up with us. The city manager is undermining this committee. And here no further. He can't come here and want to micromanage us. We are not going to work based on his feelings. That group head must be here in this meeting. They know very well. In fact, that side is empty. There is a lot of people who are supposed to be here that are not here. And it's because he undermines us. That is why his subordinates behave the way that they are behaving. And that must come to an end. That must come to an end. We've got work to do here. And he's not going to tell us how and when to do it. We're not going to accept that. That which he's saying to us that he can actually come alone to this meeting. As and when he feels, he will bring whoever. And if he's not there, what happens? He must not come here and patronize us. We know what we're supposed to do. We know who's supposed to be here. We can't be micromanaged. And we're not going to accept that. It ends here. The city manager can undermine us as a committee. It ends here, Chair. That group head must be in this meeting. When we ask questions, he must respond. We are not going to accept this thing. We've been quiet for some time. We've been listening. We've been watching.
him undermining us.
So, in conclusion, CM, we need her to come. And if the position is vacant, we should declare it vacant. In fact, we are going to be in a mess as this committee if no one is able to raise a flag and say this doesn't sound about right. Can we work on it? I'm taking responsibility as a group head of legal to go look into it. There can be senior managers here in the reporting line, but they're still not group heads for legal, meaning that their responsibilities are to oversee certain things at a high level, not to be involved in it. So, we are going to proceed with the first part of the agenda, which will be dealing with the open council. By the time we get to confidential reports, we need her in the building, well, not the building per se, in the committee. And she needs to be here because there are certain things that we need to decide on, which need her attention, which is what prompted me to engage her to be here today. So, the buck stops here. And your authority as accounting manager, accounting officer, we respect that. But equally, let it not be used as a stumbling block from us to, because we need to. We have these reports that have been here, some of them since April, May, June. We are now heading towards October. How long are we going to keep on kicking this ball? Decisions must be made, and legally sound decisions must be made. If we don't have someone who is directly responsible for that, and who is senior enough, in our view, who we know that the buck stops with them in relation to that, then we're in trouble. Because we're going to be sitting here, talking to someone, then tomorrow, the person delegated won't even be the same person who's delegated. You can delegate another one. That's not going to work. That position does not have an acting GH, so I don't expect the rubric to continue. As if there is an acting GH. It's not an acting GH, and we're not going to struggle with her as if she's an acting GH. Either she's prepared to do what we need her to do quickly and execute what we need. We are going to recess quickly, shortly after a few meetings. In a few months, we'll be in recess. We can't afford what's going on now. So whoever that needs to make that call will make that call, and she needs to come through. And if that call can't be made, I can always get someone to make that call, if there is resistance to do it. Because it's an unfair proposition to say that we should process so much without legal. Because there's a lot of things we need her to advise us on in relation to that. The AG is coming for us. Maybe you don't appreciate the magnitude of the problems we have. But from where we are sitting, we need her to be making her way now, wherever she is, to join the meeting. Colleagues, before us we have report 3 from the Office of the City Manager Department. Status report on the resolution of the issued material irregularity findings as at 31st August 2025. Report found on page 31 to page 37 with recommendations on page 37. Is there any comments? Oh, yes, Councillor.
No, thanks, Chairperson. Just to to check, seeing that this MI, they are issued by the Office of Auditor General, and they were issued backdated since 2018, 2019, and until now. So I want to ask whoever responsible that do the city at some point update the AG with regarding the implementation progress report. The reason I'm asking this, Chair, is that if you check this, most of this, if not all, of MIs, they are repeated in the Auditor General audit opinion. Even the previous one, they were there. And they put negative image to the city as if nothing is done. But if we update, or the city update the AG in terms of the implementation progress report, even when the AG repeatedly report them on their findings, they can also acknowledge that the city is doing something and they are satisfied with the progress report in relation to those MIs, because they have been sitting here. And some we understand that the reason they are not resolved as quick as possible, it might be that they need the resolution from the external stakeholders like your NPA and the police and others. But it's important that we update the AG about the implementation progress as to we are here and we invested that this matter can be resolved as soon as possible. If you can take, for example, the MI01, the payment of incorrect beneficiary of 30 million, we are quite happy with the development, Chairperson, because the criminal proceedings is the trial is scheduled to sit, if I'm not mistaken, from the 5th or the 11th of September, which is the right step into the right direction. But more importantly, I wanted to understand if the AG is getting the report like we are getting in terms of the progress, so that when he reports about the repeated findings, he can also acknowledge the work that is being done by the city. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, any response or comment? Okay, where do we start? Okay, MSO first. MSO?
Thanks, Chair. The report, as we have indicated, all of those MIs that are in the report are categorized. Those that are resolved, we have seen the issues that we were able to resolve on a short term, and those that would have been deferred for reasons that are outlined would have been dependent on, particularly those that would be dependent on your external stakeholders, are those that we then have to update the AG in terms of progress and also developments. And I think Councillor is correct. What we do would then have to be us update to AG in terms of where we are with the MIs. But I think the important thing is just to indicate that we have segmented them to indicate exactly the point around how they are being dealt with over time.
Thank you. Yeah, you can proceed.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson and members. To respond to the issue of monthly updates, which even previously I indicated, on monthly basis we do provide a report to Auditor General with evidence to support the actions which have occurred during that specific month. For now, this one doesn't include the activities that occurred in September, By end of September, we're going to have a report drafted. We send to AG, including those activities. And after that, we also write a report to MPAC, which will be for month September. And on the issue of the MIs being repeated by AG in their audit report, they are not repeat findings. They are mentioned because they are not cleared. Until we close them, Auditor General cannot take them out of their audit report or the management report. They still have to mention them, but that doesn't mean that they repeat every year. They are not repeat findings. Thanks, Chairperson.
That last statement, let's repeat it so we grasp it properly.
I can clarify it. For example, if we have something that is still monitored by NPA, from our side we have done all the part that we have to do, but the matter is not fully closed. But Auditor General will give us a determination letter to say it's fully closed. And on the 3 items that we say they are still outstanding, if we didn't close them by the end of the financial year, they will be mentioned, but they are not, we didn't commit any crime or they are repeated in that specific financial year. They are still for that other year, but we did not clear them in that specific financial year. So we can't get a determination that they are closed.
Yeah, no, just a quick follow-up, ma'am, and thanks for the response. So, if they are repeated by the AG, does they affect the report of Auditor General's opinion? Does they affect? For instance, if we were to get opinion of unqualified opinion, but due to the fact that they are repeating findings, then the Auditor General then says, no, we are going to get disclaimer. Does they affect the opinion in terms of the audit?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I respond? If you look at the Auditor General's report, it's classified in different categories, and you will have what they call findings that affected the audit opinion, which will be your fixed assets, your payables, what we are discussing in streams, and the material irregularities are not one of them. Thanks, Chair.
Right. Thank you. Well, if there's no further engagements. Oh, Dr. Matlu.
Thanks, Chairperson. Yeah, my input in relation to MI, material that the city is currently implementing, especially relating to customers, not built for services that have been rendered to them. I think this is a continuous challenge to the city, because it's not said enough here really about what are they going to do, especially regarding electricity revenue collection, where the meters are breached, but people are getting electricity for that. There's no much explanation how they're going to mitigate the problem of really people getting. I don't say they should not get services, but because this is a continuous challenge to them, how are they going to really try to remedy the continuous sensitive problem that is negatively affecting the collection of revenue in regard to electricity provision? Thanks.
Yeah, and so just want to check, because on material irregularity number 1 for the 23-24 financial year, specifically for upgrade of roads, stormwater and infrastructure that is not completed, it is mentioned that
we need to take a closer look at the project managers. We just want to check on that specific material irregularity. If those project managers have been fired, who have cost us this money, and if there is new ones that have been hired, or what has happened in relation to that for the 23-24 financial year on the upgrade of roads and stormwater infrastructure. Thank you.
Can I respond, Chair?
Yes, I
Okay.
did allow. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. If you look at bullet number 4, we are saying one of the activities that were done when we are first responding to these material irregularities when they are raised by AG, they request us to develop what we call an implementation plan on how we are going to deal with this. And one of them that was part of the activity plan for that specific material irregularity was that there were gaps that were identified on project managers. Hence, there is that bullet number 4, which says the project managers have been trained to improve for future contract management. And also, the project management committee has been established to ensure that there is periodic evaluations on the project progress.
So the project managers were not trained before, they had to be trained after appointment. Or what are you saying here?
It appears, according to the department, even though they were qualified project managers, they realized that they had some gaps, hence there was a need for that training.
And these are external.
I'm not sure, but I'll have to verify, but we can't train project managers who are outside. We only train our own employees.
Okay. Right. Is there any other comments or as recommended? Councillors don't want to recommend. As recommended? Thank you. No, they are angry indeed. As advised, or yes, yeah?
Thank you, Chair. It is after this item.
No, it's fine, you can proceed. Is after what?
No. I would like to address you on a matter, but once you have done with this item. Because my understanding is that we are now going to another.
No, so we are going to attend to the first supplementary agenda, but you can address me. We are not yet on a report.
Yes, because I would like to address the members of impact just before after the open part of this agenda, but I would like to address you in a caucus, please.
Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you, Sia. We'll give you the opportunity. You say within a caucus, but still on an open or on a closed?
No, it's a closed one.
Okay. Just before we start the process of the confidential reports. Okay, so let's just do with the 2 reports, and then we'll then give you the opportunity to do that. Okay, the next report is on the first supplementary agenda, part 1, report number 1, which is from the Office of the Chief Whip of Council. The report on declaration forms completed or updated by councillors for the 25-26 financial year between
page 6 and page 10 with recommendations on page 10. Councillors, engagements, comments? Yes, Miniar?
Thank you, Chair. Just my question, Chair. What's the consequences for councillors who are not submitting the declaration forms? Specifically looking at the high number of a certain party, they're sitting at 0. What consequences are there for that?
Right. Consequences on the declaration forms. Is there any other? Okay, and Tatamala, you taking it?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of the Committee, and greetings to you and honorable members and my colleagues in the meeting. My understanding is that we, as the Office of the Chief Whip, will make submission for cognizance to this committee, and it will then be incumbent upon your responsibility as the committee to make, to refer those that are deemed to be in contravention to rules and ethics. Thank you, Chair. But on that, I think there was a reflection that some of you have not declared, Honorable Chair, if I may ask for indulgence to address that as well. Can I proceed?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. You will be aware that stemming from the report before you, the information contained in that report is as of the 8th of September. And submission was made on the 12th as we were running against time, and the 12th was the cut-off date for submission to this committee. So subsequent to the cut-off date, we received further submissions from councillors, including but not limited to those that are viewed to have not submitted. And what we have done upon receipt of that, we then compiled, consolidated that report and forwarded an email to your attention, care of the Secretary. And because of that report, additional to what is before us was not loaded, we then want to graciously request that it be considered in the next sitting of the committee. Thank you, Chair. And if you, yeah, okay, that's fine.
No, you can proceed.
No, it's fine. I'm not sure if maybe it will be proper or in keeping with the appropriate procedure that I should address the committee on the contents of the subsequent report. But if not, then we'll then request that we be allowed to submit the additional report to be considered in the next sitting of the committee. Honorable Chair, thank you very much.
No, proceed with that address. If there is the same address, it's just with the update, isn't it? And then, so that as we get the questions, the information would flow. Because if they sponsor recommendations without having knowledge, for instance, on the subsequent report, you may find that whatever we're doing is absolute. Just 1 second, Tatamalema. Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I believe what the official suggestion is progressive, that a follow-up report with outstanding information be included in the upcoming meeting so that we can make recommendations properly, Chair, to the Rules and Ethics Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Are you opposing, because you must be clear, are you opposing that he goes on to give us the latest information, even if it may not necessarily be in a formal report in the next meeting. So we're clear where you stand, your comment. You are opposing or you are granting. You are concurring with the chair.
Chair, I'm supporting what he's saying, but it's prudent that we have that report here before us. As much as we've been going on about outstanding information in the reports, I think same should be applied here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Proceed, Dr. Malema.
Chair.
Councillor Marshall.
Whatever we do, and I'm speaking as a member of this committee, there are timelines in terms of submissions of this information that is required. Councillors are leaders in this system. And if they have transgressed the law, there must be consequences thereof. There can't be special favors. They have transgressed the law, and if there's measures to be taken, there must be measures taken. It can't be that when we are at fault, then we want to downgrade punishment. We must follow the law, Chair. I don't want to speak as a deputy chief whip. I'm speaking as a member of this committee. And that must happen. It can't be that now the situation has improved, but that is beyond the date, expected date.
Yeah, thank you. I'm reading Structures Act. So, I think whatever we have on Section 15, which speaks to the breach of code, I don't think there is any submission that it should not be followed, because it's clear that there should be an investigation around the circumstances of the alleged breach, that the councillor be given a reasonable opportunity to reply in writing in relation. So all this, we're not setting it aside. What we are saying is that we get a picture of where we at. Why? Because remember, even as a councillor, whether you're leading in a specific, you need to go back and give feedback. You need to go, if you're a whip, like myself as well, must go whip some people, if any. But then, if you live with the impression that the situation never changed, and I'm not saying that the book must not be, you must apply the book. You must appear before the Rules and Ethics Committee. The investigation should be conducted on the breach. People must be given time to respond. That is not what we are saying. But what we are saying is that when we live here, let's live with a true understanding of, is the situation still as the report is at, or there is some improvements? Then we follow on the rules and ethics and other remedies provided by in Section 15. There's no one who's asking that we set aside Section 15 in terms of breach. So, Dr. Malema, GH.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, just 1 second. Yes, Councillor Kotso.
Chair, before we can continue, I think we're repeating the very same mistake that we're calling order on. You must remember we called order on the officials for reporting on matters that are not written or are not in a written form. So I just wanted to conscientize you while we are doing that, because it's on our side. Remember, I might be one of the councillors who didn't submit, but I mustn't, you understand where I'm going. So I just wanted to conscientize you, Chair. Thanks.
No, it is duly noted. Yes, Councillor.
Chair, to second what Councillor Zila said, I think it would be inappropriate for the official to continue engaging in that report with information that's not before us. And ideally, it would be prudent with the additional report that's going to be coming in the next month. That report should then have indication which councillors submitted late. Thank you, Chair. As much as the status quo has changed, there should be a clear indication which councillors submitted late. Thank you.
All right. That's okay, colleagues, just checking in, consulting. I think what we can do, because you don't want to necessarily cause unnecessary debates on a matter, if the committee feels that they need the report table before them in order for them to fully engage it, then granted, there's no problem with it. If the committee feels like we must apply the book, which should be done, by the way, again, let it done. The committee is not yet to ratify non-compliance of any councillor, irrespective of which councillor that is implicated, and then we then proceed. Now the question is, because I wanted that so that we can know what do we do now on their recommendations. That's why I wanted to understand, because once you have a full picture, we can do the recommendations with full glance and understanding of what sort of direction do you want your recommendations to go. But be that as it may, if you wish to amend or just push the recommendations as they are stated on the report, then let's proceed. Are we all covered? Okay. As recommended? Thank you. Right. So, Ntatema Lema will produce the next report in the next sitting, ordinary sitting of MPEC. Ordinary sitting that the GH, right? Yeah, as per the process plan in the calendar. Thank you, Chair. Right, and then we have part 1, report number 2, progress report on the installation. So, where's the hand? Oh, MSO, yes?
I had my hand up before you finalize the matter.
My
Perhaps you might consider what I'm trying to speak to. The first thing is around the report that was requested by MPEC, because there was no clear indication as to what exactly the report should entail. What has been submitted here are just stats around submissions. If you look at them, it will indicate that specific caucus, 67 councillors submitted, states not submitted, because we had to, as it has been decided previously by the previous MPEC, particularly to indicate that we should not have all declarations of councillors being circulated when we were soliciting comments for this specific report. We then indicated the difficulty that we can't give departments to comment when they have not seen what the records are, because basically they will just rely on what we are saying to them. So if this is what the committee is looking for, just the stats, then we are fine. It might not even be something that we need to take for comments from legal and finance and so on. But if we are to have that report in a manner in which we got the request, then it will mean we'll have to provide all declarations made by councillors, which will mean we'll have to have, I think the first request is that it will have to be considered in committee, given, of course, what the provisions are. And secondly, that we also have an indication on your part that's specifically what you are requesting, so that that's what the team can be able to deal with on the part of the group head when they're compiling the report. I think my last submission was just on this current submission, that the report was to indicate, or as it comes back, it will still become the same information, because as
no, thanks. There is no one, I believe that there is no one who is unhappy with the quality of the report. The issue is that councillors were just raising that because there is a subsequent report, it should not be presented unless written. And I think then the councillors, if they wanted more on it, then they would do it. But if you read section 15, subsection 2, it says that the report in terms of sub-item 1 in bracket C is open to the public. So that covers the point you are raising. I don't think there is anything that we are asking for in particular, or circulation of individual declaration of interest. And if that is the view of the committee, then in the next report they can always sponsor it and then say, fine, all good and well, we now have a consolidated report, which is now updated, but this is the next step now, and so on. And they'll be more or less open to do that. But I think so far, the head is they are fine. Yeah, no, thank you. The matter is settled as such. And we have one other report, which is the report on the installation of electric management devices to indigent and amnesty improved or approved accounts. The report is on page 11 to page 17, with the recommendations on page 17. There's a report, of course, served before us, and we send it back for certain information to be populated and be up to standard in terms of how we wanted it to be. So the report is back by popular demand. Those who had questions, those who had comments. Okay, we have the first hand, Councillor Koto, followed by Councillor Mayor.
I just want clarity, man. Maybe I will learn something today. How does this indigent policy benefit residents of Hammanskraal, Mabopane, Winterfeld, and Harangua? Because I believe that we are Tswana from Tswana. I just want to be taught today. Maybe I would know so that I can explain it when I convene a public meeting. How does it benefit those residents? Because I can see every time my colleague here is smiling, Mamelodi, on my right hand side, at Ridgeville, Soshanguve. But how does areas like Maopa and Hammanskraal, the ones that I've mentioned, how do they benefit out of this thing? Can I get clarity? In fact, I would also call a report on the beneficiaries of those areas so that I can see it by myself. But now I just want somebody from that department, I think social development, to clarify me if he or she is here. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah,
The good doctor, are you taking it again or you are delegating?
Thank you, Chairperson. I am acting CEO, Sal, delegate to the EBU, which is represented by Thomas. Thank you.
No, Chair, thanks very much. Honor, I think the Councillor, I think you raise fundamental aspects of the bouquet of the program of indigence that covers both on the different of services that we offer to the end user customer of our people. From an electricity point of view, of course, it will be first on the city will be about our license area, which excludes the area that we indicated that are ESCOM supply area of Maupane, Winterfeld, Dramanskral, and some portions that goes to Harangua in that fashion. But in the same vein is that we will then be able to then, on the basis of social development, the list of all approved indigents, then we hand them to ESCOM to say these are the kind of customers that are indigent for the city, that must get their 100 kilowatt hours per month in line with what we are giving from the city, because Tshwane Ratshwane. Then ESCOM will invoice us for that 100 kilowatt hour monthly. In that fashion, when the customers go and collect, then they then be able to then send the proof to ourselves in that aspect. And that talks to I think to the question that you asked, as to we need at some stage to get a verifications of ensuring that our peoples in those ESCOM supply areas also are getting the same services, because on the water, it will be water for the city of Tshwane, because the customers will be the customers of Tshwane as a whole, include with refuse removal in that aspect. For that's how the beneficiaries ought to recover or receive the package that are aligned to free basic electricity, free basic water, and refuse removals in those areas in that fashion. But they are segregated in terms of the different services that we're providing. As I said, everyone should have a removal of waste in their area, in their yards. Everyone who has got a water meters should get water, but not everyone will get from the city of Tshwane. There will be two-pronged for Tshwane and for ESCOM, but ESCOM send the reconciliation to ourselves to ensure that our people are getting the free basic electricity. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. There's another hand from Councillor Kotso.
No, thanks, Chair, for the explanation. You see, when I started, I said I want to learn. And Dr. Tom there just clarified something. But Dr. Tom, this is the first time I hear of what you are saying. The 100 kilowatts and how the ESCOM is billing you on that. I think we should focus on this thing, because this is the first time I hear. This is the first time, I don't want to lie. So we need to have a session with you and your department so that we can also teach or assist the residents of those areas. And also we should have sessions with ESCOM, because this doesn't happen, in fact. When our residents go to ESCOM and raise this thing of indigence, they say they don't have that thing as a policy. They don't do that. So if the city says we're working with ESCOM, whilst we don't know of such, I think we need to have a session, an agent one, because it simply means that ESCOM is a scam, or is scamming the city on their side, and GH. I'm glad that the GH is also here, is listening. We need to have that session as soon as possible. I don't know when, but I think we need to have that. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, Councillor Esther, no, Councillor Mayor first, and then Councillor Esther, followed by Councillor Tsep.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think we discussed this when we had the previous reports on the installation of the prepaid meters for the indigenous as well. The table on pages 14 or 13 and 14, we asked them, because it was confusing, it confused us because the numbers say the number of applicants for amnesty is higher in some cases than the approved indigents, and we asked why. And then they said, yeah, if I remember correctly, you've got amnesty applications outside people that are approved as indigents. And that table would have been, or the headings of that table would have been changed. Still the same, so to me it's still confusing, because if you look at on page 14, for instance, Mahuba Valley, we've got 396 amnesty applications and only 54 indigents, I believe, that have been registered. So your amnesty applications are much more than your indigents that are registered. So I must now assume from what I've heard from the previous meeting that there are another 300, if I do the calculation quickly, 342 applications for amnesty for people that are not, or for residents that are not classified as indigents. I just need clarity on that. You know, Chairperson, it's very important to me, if you report on figures, it must be correct. The one must correlate to the other. So if you say in a report that we've installed 529 prepaid meters, but in a table you've installed 538, how many have you installed? I know that we install at a very low pace. The reasons are given there that it's because of the accounts, the debt accounts that need to be written off. But I want to know, I need to know the exact figures. Don't give me a plus or minus. So have we installed 529 or 538? I'm not nitpicking, it's just that once again, correct information. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Esther Masuku.
My chair will be on the issue of indigent and the issue of amnesty regarding installation of prepaid meters and writing off and. We are not being serious on teaching our citizens how important it is for them to register for indigent so that we are able to collect revenue as a city. Atteridgeville has a challenge of so-called civic movements that tell citizens not to go to access services from the municipality because of their own reasons, which are not assisting residents as it's supposed to be when the city comes out with outreach programs. And at that time, I would still emphasize that the departments that deals with revenue collection must do a joint outreach program to assist citizens, especially for pensioners. When you're doing your outreach programs, pensioners are being sent from pillar to post, but if you have one service in a specific area, you'll be able to assist citizens and they'll be able to access what the city is giving them. And then our revenue collection will improve. So that will be my submission for today regarding indigent policy. Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Tsepo first and then Councillor Peter.
Thanks, Lord Chairperson. I think we have to be honest, though. There are two departments, this finance, the social department. Those are advocating for indigent people. Others are advocating for amnesty people. Service provider is the electricity and the water department. So sometimes you are making them account as if they are advocating. Them is for the social department must be able to follow up the electricity department on the provision of the services that they promise their clients. Because the clients don't go to the electricity department, they go to social department to apply for indigents. And after they applied, if they are activated, they go to the electricity department, provide them with free basic electricity. They go to water department, provide them with free basic water. So some of the questions, this report is meant to see if the electricity department is honoring the request made by the social department. But as far as relating with clients, both these two departments must take responsibility. The finance department must have the list of the people who applied for amnesty and follow up if they are connected and not connected and do what, and make sure that they pressurize the electricity department. But the electricity department must also make their commitment to say that they are honoring the request from them. So the silence of these two departments gives me a problem in this meeting, because some of the issues are supposed to be easily resolved by them. To say that they must make sure, whether it's Arangua or Mawopan or Shanguvi, they must make sure that all the clients in their register, who registered for indigents, are getting free basic electricity, are getting free basic water. And if the client has a problem, must go back to social department. Social department must be able to follow up with either ESCOM or to an electricity department or water department to say, are you providing such services? Or revenue department to say, are you really writing off that type of debt? Are you making sure that they get zero when they are invoiced or something like that? So it's not supposed to be, some of the questions are not really directed to the electricity department on its own, but it should be a joint answering to say that this one is mine, and let me answer. And this is following the meeting because of one department is accounting for things that actually they are not even within their operation and the scope of work. Thanks a lot.
All right. Councillor Peter.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think my previous colleague has covered what I wanted to say. I just want to conclude on and just emphasize the point that he made, that there are various departments involved in this process, and departments are not taking the ownership that they should have, and it always comes down on the CFO, and he gets blamed for this project, and it's not fair. And I'm very concerned, and as the opposition here, we share the sentiment that one of the previous speakers have shared, is that there are civic organizations that are advocating people not to pay this municipality. And I think it's hindsight the city needs to consider legal action against those, because they are various reasons in terms of law why action should be taken against them. Thank you.
All right. Tom?
Chair, thanks very much. I think let me start with the last input by Alderman Sutton. That talks to the need for us to have a stand against refusal of installations of services or provision of services. The case in point, Member Suku, is that you'll know, me and yourself, when we were in the township, we observed this problem of the civic organizations or so-called that would then say we are going to prevent installation of prepaid meters, not because there's something wrong with prepaid meters, but on the basis that it will remove their ability to do illegal operations that they are doing on the conventional metering system that are in the system. So when you put a prepaid meters, therefore you are also cutting out that those people that were doing or were playing in the space of the vending that we found it to be problematic. Therefore, it's in that context that we are agreeing with yourself. Chair, I think, and I think I agree with the fact that you see that in the tables, in the table that shows the number of applicants for amnesty and approved indigent, a case in point that you will see that you've got 64,674 indigent, and only 17,233 are applicant for amnesty. But if you superimpose that number, the city of Tshwane has got 524,000 customers. Of that, 501 are residential customers. Of that, 174,000 are lifeline indigent. And in that 174,000, 94,000 is indigent customers. But out of that 94,000, the only one that we're able to come and apply or come in is this 64 in the electricity point of view. And therefore, we then have to deal with the fact that what the CFO received from people who came and apply, and those that fully comply with the requirements, then we then attend to that aspect. Therefore, in the process, the numbers will always not be linear, the relationship in that aspect. But we understood where the council was moving from. You will see, Chair, in the report, as we indicated, you will have seen that in Soshanguve, we had indigent of almost 29,000, but only 5 or 6,000 were the only one that we can see the application, they meet the requirement of what. One of the issues is that when you want amnesty, you must agree that we are going to install a prepaid meters in that aspect. Therefore, we don't want you to continue to accumulate your debts in perpetuity. That's why we then said, if you agree, then we are going to do that. And that's the basis why you see the numbers are indicating as such. But I agree that we need.
Yeah, my apology.
I know.
GH.
Yeah, I think we are all together in these aspects, and we'll just
let's try again. GH, my apology.
Yeah, I think we will.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll also take into consideration the outreach program. I think the program is there with the Office of the CFO jointly, water, energy, and Dr. Malakas in the waste. That as we reach out, we'll do that. I think that it's just an activation of the work that we've been doing with the team of revenue to ensure that we enhance this revenue part, but also to ensure that we keep this spiral of debts. Because if the CFO was to present to you now the debt book and then superimpose it against this aspect, you will understand why there's a need for us to have that outreach program to deal with that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so, okay, CFO, can get your last bite.
Thanks, Chair. Maybe just to add the aspect of why amnesty applications for indigents were less. The reason behind that, Chair, is that amnesty application was applicable for all residents of the city, not only for indigents. Hence, we'll see that in some instances it's normal for it to be more than what we have from an indigent perspective.
Right. Look, I think we should appreciate that this is a report that should have at least a component of social development and then a component of electricity. But if you check our arguments last time, was that it can't be that social development don't even see fit to comment on a report that speaks to, I mean, it's not an irrelevant comment in this case. And the problems that we are dealing with, the poor of the poorest, people who can't afford, people who are approved and are supposed to be getting this service. And those people are not going to know that there is actually such a benefit that they're entitled to. And that's where the biggest problem is in this case. And then we also have a situation where there is a slow rollout of this program. Meanwhile, the money budgeted for then will have to be absorbed by others in the form of adjustment budgets and so on. Then there was a leg of how do you report
on the ESCOM supplied areas, not through one paragraph, but you just showing, demonstrating that indeed you do care about the cities, because you say in your report that the city is paying 100 megawatts or so to ESCOM and so on, ESCOM supplied households and so on, but there is not much detail. That's part of what we wanted to come back. We need that because it kind of like give you a 360 view of what's happening in relation to that. Because beyond this reports, checking issues, it's people's lives, it's people's benefits, and it's monies that we budgeted for specific households to access. So if you don't go to them, then they don't know about the service, then there's a slow implementation of this service in households. Then the money effectively will be then absorbed by other programs of the city. Yeah, but we are taking from the poor of the poorest. Now, we don't want to apportion blame where it may not be due, but one, at the least we need social development to form part somehow. Two, we're going to lobby the committee that the report needs to stay with us. Because I'm afraid of one thing, that if we just pass this report and move on with other reports, that by the end of the year, you may find that materially there is nothing that is improved. But if constantly the report comes before us, there's a very high possibility that the official having to come before us would then put extra efforts to ensure that these people do get what is due to them. That's just my feel around the matter, because we can take cognizance of the report and then just shelve it. But the biggest problem is, well, if we then have to call this report in, let's say, June next year, are we going to be happy with the rollout? And I doubt that we will be. So I know the feel of the committee, but we need to do that. And then there is also on table 3, if I'm not mistaken, where there were deadlines set and installation schedule. 2 regions which were not worked as it may, or is sitting on 0. Part of our comments last time, and there's a problem with sometimes delegation, which I was not keen to accept, is that we had a doctor, we told the doctor that if you miss Soshanguve, you ought to tell us in a report in brackets, I miss Soshanguve because of 1, 2, 3 reasons. So I just put 0. Last time they had left it blank, others now they put 0. Then you just let it be what it is. So we must come back and start to come up with it. And then we were assured by the doctor that actually work was done in all of these regions. The only thing short is that the reports were not yet submitted, so that at the time of the report being compiled, then we come back, the very same table with some changes here and there. And I'm then asking myself that whether the account we got from the doctor then, was it incorrect or exactly what happened? But it can't be that we say, this is the issue. The other problem is that if you write a table and you say to our progress to date, you ought to have told us that, Mamelodi, you've installed 210, but what was your target? That you know, these are people who have complied with the application all the way. The only thing now left is the installation. So, us getting a 210, we don't know how many really are approved in relation and they've complied. I'm not saying council approval and so I'm talking about someone who we've planned for. We have set the money aside for that particular household. Is on our list, and they came, they did the application. In order for you to install on the 210, is there any balance left on Mamelodi, for instance? What was the target for Soshanguve? Not in terms of the main budget approval or council approval, but those who've applied post the issue of the budget, and so on, and so on. So 29 we see, 299 we see. But what was the target? Did we miss the target? Are we far off from the target? Or did we reach the target? So there is no comprehensive reporting. You think if you give someone a table, your table will have a target, then it will have installation, then outstanding number with reasons. They've denied us access, whatever the case may be. So those were the issues are. And I know the other information. For instance, we said to you that don't bother us. And you know, you always do things that we're not asking you to do. We said don't bother us with house numbers. We said attach it as an annexure. What did you do? You went on to delete the table. So the table now is gone. Our lovely annexure is gone. We don't know where's our annexure now. We must ask for our annexure now. Those are the things you do to us. Quality of reporting. That's what we said. We said don't make the report too big unnecessarily by adding 3 pages of account numbers. We said attach it as an annexure so that if we want to refer, we just click on it. Now, not only did you not do what we asked you to do, but you also took our annexure. We were attached to the annexure. It was our baby. Now it's gone. So what do we do now? So those are the things, unless I miss the annexure, there is no link here for annexure. I had to double check. Our annexure is gone. So those are the things that we asked for in the last report, Doctor. I know you've delegated, but you were there when we were telling you those simple issues last time. You never said delete the annexure, you don't want to see. You said just put this in annexure. Now, you've delegated, we must lash tongue. And so once you accept delegation, it means you must stand for that. One meeting, councillors. So those are the issues that we're raising. Who's having a meeting somewhere? Peter. Okay. So those are the issues that we asked for in that meeting. We are not asking for reduction of information, we are asking for more. But we got the opposite. I think there were hands first before you chip in, so we avoid. Okay, we'll start with you, Councillor, and then we'll move with who raised that? Is it Marishan or Koto? It was over, fine. Then Councillor Mayor afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, I think I made the suggestion last time that I put it in the annexure. And I do mention the annexure in the report, annexure A, but like you said, there's no annexure. But you were talking about targets that need to be met. Maybe that could be part of the annexure as well, that I do it in a type of Excel spreadsheet to say these are the targets to be met and these are the meters installed with the house numbers, etc. So maybe that can be included in the annexure then, in the spreadsheet format. Thanks, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, Councillor.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Mine is very brief. I just want to point it clear that currently in Ward 67 in Mamelodi, there's an outrage. But I see we are going to get the very same results as we were getting previously. Because in that outreach, there's no social development. There are no people from social development that are registering our people on POP. And the electricity department is going to find out when they want to install and they are going to get a resistance from the residents because of our people are not registered in POP. So those two departments must speak to each other. And time and again, we did indicate even last time that when there's an outreach, social development must make it a point that they avail their social workers on those meetings, and they are not there. So those two departments are not speaking to each other, are creating a problem that we are going to find ourselves, even in our next meeting, that outreach we are not getting the desired results based on what is happening on outreach and expectations from our own residents, particularly the poor of the poor. So as we speak now, in Ward 67 in Mamelodi, it's currently running. Next week, in Ward 6, is coming into my ward next week in Ward 6. And I've indicated to social development that I need those people to come and register our old people in terms of indigent register list. They are not doing that. And that is going to create a problem. And we are going to go round and round and then not getting these desired results.
Yeah, Councillor Kodzo, but see, in the absence of social development, yeah, because can't speak about a department that's not here. Okay. Yeah, let's go, Councillor Kodzo, and then we'll.
No, I think you covered me. I wanted to check if there's a representative from social development. I didn't see. Is he or here?
It's a she.
Okay.
She will indicate her rank and so on.
Oh, no,
but we need to do something. And councillors, please pound down my request that we can't pack this report. Let's work on the modalities until we see proper progress. We see the process through, because we meet monthly. But if we pack this report, I can assure you, not much is going to be done here. And it's the wards and the ward councillors that are going to suffer the most, together with the residents who are the immediate beneficiaries of this. So we just need to work on the modalities of how do we keep this report ongoing, so that someone must consistently come and give us the same answers, and we can consistently fight that particular individual until we get what we want, which is proper progress, satisfactory progress. Was now, whatever we have here, in all fairness, won't assist us. So let's get some responses to the concerns raised and suggestions on how to move forward, so that we then pack this and move on. We still have a number of reports. It's almost 1 o'clock, colleagues. Unfortunately, we've got to speed it up. Thank you.
No, Chair, I think we note and your concern and your progressive suggestion that we must have a standing report that we must come and present on progress on this work. As you will see in the report, we make reference that first we're intending to ensure that end of October we completed the entire, and then we said due to the challenges in the townships, we are moving towards March, which means that towards that March we need to come back to yourself and give you progress continuously. And that will then give us a space to engage with social development, to give you a comprehensive bouquet of what we are dealing with in that aspect. That's one thing that we are taking. Secondly is that, Chair, we also want to assure you that there was some, I will say, technical problems, because when I was looking at my report and the annex that you're referring to, I see it, but it was not loaded. We will ensure that it remained and will continue going forward in that aspect in terms of the report that get loaded, and also ensure that from a spreadsheet you also we provide the baseline performance against and how we are moving towards in that aspect, so that you can then start to measure our performance in that aspect. Thank you very much, Chair.
All right. Social development.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Ndombi Kaise Shavase Zulu. I'm the Divisional Head for Social Development, responsible for the indigent policy, and today I am acting Group Head, Community and Social Development. I have noted the discussion and the submission, and I take with me back to the department chair. I think the issue of running a workshop is critical, especially because there has been a review of the policy with a number of areas, especially the basket of services. So I think we will take the challenge and will be advised by the committee on when that can be scheduled. Also to share the policy, because page 24 of the policy covers the basket of services that is offered by the City of Tshwane. The issue of campaigns, we have a consolidated program now working with the finance, as well as the Office of the Speaker and the social development campaigns. But we also take requests from councillors if there is a registration that is required. Due to the increase in evaluation role, Chair, we have lost almost 20,000 households from the deemed register. That is 20,000 people that are now outside who have to come to our centers to register. There are two ways that people come into the indigent register. That is deemed through property evaluation as well as registration. Now this means the offices are flooded and we are sending SMSs to people that have now fallen off the deal to come into the social development offices to register. Our social workers and field workers are available to register people. If there is a meeting, we register on the spot, supported by Metropolis, because we do require affidavit for that process. And as far as for the report to the committee, the department did comment. And our comment was really of importance is the issue of clients or indigent accessing free basic electricity even when they are owing. This matter is well articulated in the policy, and it is for electricity and finance to resolve, but we are working together to resolve issues that continue to come to social development through councillors. I want to end there unless there is a matter that I may not, Chair, have responded to. But we are available to continuously provide progress on the numbers. But currently, we inundated with the request to register people that would have fallen off from the register. Thank you, Chair.
All right, so you will be cooperating with them, right, to check the Department of Electricity. Just so one, issues of comments are done. You actively participate in data exchange. The DH, the issue of ESCOM, we can't have a blind side where we say, money is going to ESCOM, but and just report it at that high level. But to say, these are the number of, like, a more detailed report where ESCOM is supplying. Those issues, luckily this is streamed, so you'll be able to just check on hindsight what's happening. Are we, in terms of, how do we resolve on the reoccurring report? Do we just call it so that it comes back next month? I didn't get the challenges, Tom, that why are we on 0-0s? What were the problems there? Was it answered? I missed it.
No, Chair, it was, and I apologize. We note that at the point was that when we went, there was a pushback, and I think Mema Suku make reference to that as well. There was a pushback. We had then had meetings with MMC Finance, and then convene the councillors of the areas, and then they then say, no, yeah, now you can come and start installation. Therefore, it's a delayed process, but we have already started, and I think in the next report, you will then see that gradual number that shows that that engagement between the team and the councillors as the representative of our people, that then says this is the importance of why we're doing this. It's not about that we are cutting you off. We want you to access the benefits of the free basic services in that fashion. Yeah. Therefore, we will then deal with it in that fashion, Chair.
All right, thank you. What do we do, Councillor Sutton? Do we just call the report and say that it should come back? Or do we just resolve on it to be reported? Yeah, so we'll call the report for it to be reoccurring on the basis that we need to monitor progress. And if there is any efforts put on this installation of that, it may also be followed by a program of action. Information may be then be sent to the councillors to check with the ward councillors what are the specific problems in the specific areas. But we need, if there is something, a comment next to that poor performance that indicates the sort of problems, so we know what to do as a committee and how do we assist you. Sometimes politically, because we are councillors, so we must go and persuade our councillors in our regions so this thing is done. Because at the end of the day, we're the ones who are going to pay the ultimate price. If we can't service the vulnerable and the poor, that leaves amongst us. Yeah, I think that's more or less it. As recommended. Thank you, Councillor Mayor. You had a.
Sorry, Chairperson, I'm just thinking in the recommendation then, the date there should read as at, say, 8 September 2025. We're moving into October already there, on page 17.
Page 17.
Yeah, on the recommendations, or the recommendation. The date there, they put as 31 October 2025. Can't be 31 October. I believe it must be 8 September, because the content of the report, the table refers to 8 September, the latest date. Because now we're going to approve something that's going to happen in the future.
Quality of reports.
Yes, quality of reports. So I would suggest.
What was the rationale here? Maybe we're missing something. On page 17, it says that the recommendation is that cognizance be taken of the progress report of the Department for installation of electricity metering devices, indigent and amnesty applicants as of 31st October 2025 for financial year 24-25. Even the financial year, by the way, is incorrect. It's the same issue, CM, on quality of simple, just wording, like, unless there is a rationale somewhere that we maybe were missing.
No, Chair, that's I will call it an oversight on our part, because that report of the 8th of September, it's for up to the work done on the end of August. And I saw it, Chair, and I want to apologize. It's at the end of August. But for the meeting, scheduling for the meeting of the 8th of October. at that point in time.
Okay, so we take note of that. It should be corrected as it may. Let's get it corrected. Let's try and avoid reports that when you read them, then tomorrow they'll give you a different impression. So, and then the financial year you are in agreement that is 25-26. Okay. As recommended? Thank you. So, colleagues, we've come to the end of our open meeting. We'll now move in committee. It's already 1 o'clock. We will go into committee, and then the officials that are not necessarily supposed to form part of that part of the meeting will deal with it. The calling of the report will be done shortly after. Lunch for 30 minutes. 30. You want an hour? Okay. Then 2 o'clock we may have to be back. Then before we break for lunch, just now we are going to get a request, the caucus with the CM, just to hear what he wanted to tell us. And then we are going to then move on to lunch. But if we grant you an hour's lunch, you must take into account that it's going to be extremely long and we still have a number of reports. Are you are still insisting on 1 hour lunch? Okay. 1 hour lunch granted. 2 o'clock we are back with the group head for legal and the relevant personnel, because it's extremely important that we go through this. The report will be called. Sorry, councillors. The report will be called at the end of the confidential reports. Unfortunately, that's the only way we can work it out.